Okay, hang on. Let me just make sure that the freaking mic's working right. Everybody watch the Super Bowl? The Seahawks won. Okay, let me get to... There's my live. Let me make sure my mic is working. Everybody's working. Okay, good. So there's a pin question up there that says, oh shoot, let me just make sure that, oh good. Okay, good. It says that if Nancy hasn't been to church in person since 2020, and that's what people are saying, that she didn't go to church in person, which did a congregation member know she was missing at 11 a.m.? Or is it a family friend who watches a stream with her, or a cover-up? And that's the thing. Hey, easily distracted. I was just thinking of you the other day, because I used to always see you in the comments the next morning on a stream, and I'm like, where the frick is easily distracted? I was just thinking about you. Now you're here. Good. Good to see you. But smiles and cheers to you, too. I was wondering... So a lot of people have been wondering about that as well, right? What's up with that? Was she at church? Did she go to church, or did she watch from an iPad or a computer, or stream it to a TV? Whatever, but hi, Seeker. So what's up with that? How could someone have called? Is that a cover-up, or did that call really come in? Did someone say that's how they were alerted? Or did it really come in? I don't know. What do you guys think? You can weigh in on that question. So there were some, not the big breaking, of course, she wasn't found today or anything like that. A lot of people think maybe tomorrow is going to be a big day because of the deadline. The deadline is at 5 p.m. Monday on that ransom note. And there's another clue about the ransom note is that making it seem that it's from a person who is not in the United States, because it was listed as 6 million US dollars. Now, most people in the United States are not going to put 6 million US dollars to someone in the United States, right? That didn't make sense. It must have been made up, Alicia says. You think so? Okay, so let's go to, so they did a septic tank search today, and there's some controversy on that too. People say, they were probing with this long stick. Were they looking for a body, or were they looking for something that could have been flushed down a toilet? So the people are pretty split on that, not thinking that her body is there, but they're looking for something maybe that could have been flushed down a toilet. What would it be flushed down a toilet that they'd be looking for? I don't know. That's weird, right? What would be flushed down a toilet? I tend to think they were looking for her. I don't know. I don't know what would be flushed down a toilet. What are they looking for? Her medication? I mean, it doesn't... I don't know. That doesn't make sense. What do you guys think? What do you think they were looking for in that septic tank with that stick? They're not going to find something real small, like a little pill bottle. If they hit it, it's just going to go floating. They're really going to find something big. How are you going to flush something that big down a toilet? So I don't buy that. They were looking for something that was flushed down the toilet. And I just can't believe they can just get into the septic tank that easily like that. Just with that cover like that right in there. I don't know. Here, ours are like buried. They're not on ground level like that. What?
Some of them are like a cross on the new ones, the ones that are, with the green cover on them, and you see them right across the lake there.
Yeah, but isn't that, wait, that's the,
They don't dig them or anything. They're
oh, really? They don't put them in the big vault thing anymore?
no, like ours goes out.
Ours is buried. It's been a big concrete thing, too.
Yeah, and then it has
Oh,
what are the things that?
the dry well?
No, it also goes
The
out.
leach field?
Yeah, we have that way down there. But across the lake they don't have that because they don't want anything like that running into the lake across the roads.
Right, but it seems like having it right there on the surface like that is worse. It seems like that to me.
Who knows because of the ground?
Who knows? I don't know.
Situation out there by the desert and all could be different.
I don't know.
You have to do it. So.
I guess. I'm sure that it is. Okay. Hang on a minute, guys. I'm trying to get to... I'll show you something here. So... Okay, let me just do this and show you real quick. Is this mine? Yeah. So right over here, you see the guy has the cover off and he's probing over here, the septic tank. And over here, they're searching. They were searching like behind the house, around the house. Now, we're also going to talk about, just in case you missed it, they were at Annie's house for over 2.5 hours last night. There were light flashes, like from a camera, and they took a case in. It said Cellbrite on the outside of the case, but it was a hard case, zippered case they brought in there, and it looks like they brought in a white folding table, which some people were reporting on the media that they thought was a piece of sheetrock, but it wasn't. It looked like a plastic folding table or some kind of a case. It did not look like sheetrock. So I want to correct that. And let me see what else here I have to tell you real quick before we even, let's see. Okay, let's see what happened now. They used long poles to probe the depths. They spent about 20 minutes focused around those septic tanks before leaving in 2 marked sheriff's cars. Let's see. It says, they say that law enforcement experts suggest that this is done to find small physical items like an Apple Watch or jewelry that could have been flushed or discarded. How would you find that with a stick? Come on now. How would you find that with a stick? And I thought they have her Apple Watch. And it's on the charger. I don't believe they're looking for something small. I don't. That's what I think. Okay, and then about that foreign note clue, I just want to say in the ransom note, putting out the U.S. dollars is tipping people off that these sound like they are not written by someone that's in the United States, maybe a foreign person, and they may have nothing to do with this, right? You have to keep thinking of that. They may have nothing to do with this. That's another thing. Now, it's been over a week now that she's been missing. And the clock is ticking on that 5 p.m. Monday, February 9th deadline. Okay, so guys, the clock is at less than 20 hours. The FBI was probing septic tanks in Nancy's backyard. The family says they're ready to pay $6 million Bitcoin ransom. The ransom note is using wording that doesn't sound like someone in America would write that. And the church tip-off doesn't match Nancy's real life. So is that intentional or what's going on? So there's a lot of things now that are not adding up. And people are getting, I've seen a lot of people saying they're getting really frustrated with this and upset. But again, law enforcement doesn't have to tell us what they're doing. And often when people got so upset with Koberger, remember, they're not doing anything. And then when the probable cause came out, we saw all the stuff they were doing. So it's just that we're not privy to this. We're living in an age when everybody wants instant gratification. Everybody thinks that they're entitled to know exactly what's going on. And it's hard. It's hard for people to have patience. It's hard. Yeah, we're all hard for all of us to try to do that, have that patience, and just wait. We don't want to, right? We're used to getting, no, I want it right now. Let's go. Tell us what's going on. So let's see. Hi, Louis. Hi, Alicia. Hi, Linda. Hi, Seeker. Hi, Maria Kitty Cats. How are you? Thank you for pressing the likes. Hi, Amanda. How are you? How's everybody? So what do you guys think? Let's talk about the septic. Hi, Sandra. What do you think about the septic tank first? Would you think they were searching for something small or something big? Something small or something big? Or both? Small, bigger, I'm interested in seeing. Nancy was... Now, you know what, Alicia? Please make sure, I've seen some things like that, but in this day and age, they can make fakes of everything. And sometimes people do that in order, it's not true. Do you know those are her posts? Because I saw some too. I have no way to know those are her posts though. Seeker says they were searching for her. I think so too. I don't think you're going to find an Apple Watch with a stick. Even if, how would you find an Apple Watch with a stick? Even if you think your stick hit something, what are you going to then do? Like, come on. I don't believe that. They said her Apple Watch was on the charger. Maria Kitty Cat says, I think they were searching for a body, which is really sad. I think so too. I think they're saying maybe not, I don't know, for some other reason. But Bitcoin, Linda? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that's why they want the Bitcoin. You believe she died in the house, Seeker? I think that's what Jimmy thinks too. Jimmy? You think she died in the house?
I don't think so.
No, I thought you told me today you thought a terrible accident happened.
Well, okay, here's what I thought. Well, there was some blood there, I mean, that's disturbing, but I'm not saying that was where she died. I mean, they may have, taken her somewhere and she died there.
Hi, Scooter. She may have taken...
I don't know, I just think the blood is like the huge drops of blood like that, kind of make you worried. It's not like you're just going to bleed like that, it's all going to stop. And what the heck happened? And so I don't know, it's just a sad thing. And I guess the ransom supposed to...
Okay, so Linda's saying a Bitcoin is traceable, so why would they want the Bitcoin? It's not...
But maybe it'll go into account. I mean, these people have weird ways of doing stuff.
Okay, it says Bitcoin is highly traceable and transparent, not anonymous. All transactions are permanently recorded on a public immutable ledger blockchain, allowing anyone to view the movement of funds between addresses. While user identities are not directly listed, They're false names, pseudonyms, and advanced analytics can link wallet addresses to real-world identities, especially through exchanges with know your customer requirements. Let me see here. All transaction history is public, but they can use fake names. Let's see. It says, though, it makes it a poor choice for illicit activities, as law enforcement agencies can and do track funds. Okay, so you can use a fake name. You're right, Linda. Linda likes when I say that. You're right, Linda. Okay. But, yeah, then it has a fake name, and then I know that they... See, Bitcoin offers a high level of privacy, but it's not completely anonymous. The public blockchain makes all transactions transparent and traceable, while legal requirements and know your customer regulations limit full anonymity. So, I don't know, let me see. Yeah, so, yeah, but again, those ransom notes could just be red herrings. Right? They can be. What is that face, Linda? I can't see that face. Oh, thanks, Maria. Yeah, I don't know. They Bitcoin crashed this past week. I guess it's the least saying send it to my PayPal, but they didn't ask for like a whole thing of something to be dropped off in some location, or did they? I don't know. How were they going to get paid? Was it going to go to a certain address? Where were they going to leave the mother? Like, what did it say about that? And then again, you have the thing from last night saying that everybody looks really dejected, despondent, making it sound like they know their mother's not alive and they're just trying to get her body back. Are they showing the ransom notes? No, not that I've heard of. They put out little pieces like the 5 p.m. deadline and that the amount that was asked for. But I don't think they put out the ransom notes. I have not seen them. I think it's a red herring too, Alicia, in my opinion, yes. And I think the church thing is interesting, right? Did someone really call from the church? And who said that? Who got the call? Annie got the call? Hi, Ken. How are you? So if she really didn't attend church in person, I mean, did she interact in a chat that they saw she wasn't there? Or did she have a part where she actually spoke and people knew she wasn't there? Like, how did they know she wasn't at church that quickly? What time was the church service and what time was the call? They never said. Yeah. You know, a lot of things. Do you remember back with Kelsey Barrett? Do you remember how frustrating that was before Patrick Frazee was arrested? And her mother said very little. And I remember back then saying they're probably telling her mother to say very little or to say certain things because, like, there were certain things that didn't make sense, that didn't. And then again, yeah, when everything comes out, there's a reason that they're being told to say certain things or not to say certain things, right? So that's probably the case here. Who knows? About the ransom notes, about the messages, about what's in the ransom notes, about the sister and her husband. I mean, that's getting a little strange, isn't it? Because I don't think I don't think a random person did this. Do you think a random person did this? I don't think so. I don't think this is a random attack where some transient person or, whatever, just stumbled upon this house and decided that he's going to go kidnap this woman. I don't think so. I think this was orchestrated. This took a little bit of planning. They had to know where the cameras were, where they were. So then who would do that? Who would know that? A member of the staff? A friend of a member of the staff? A family member? Who's going to do that? So there's only so many people that would have some kind of connection. Jimmy was saying those roofs were just coated, right? They're white. That's why the neighbor noticed them. They were clean and white and recently coated. Could it be someone from work she had done? I heard she had a new electrical panel or something installed too, that she had work done to her house. Could it be someone from there? Could it be, someone connected to someone that worked for her? That's where I think it's going to be. It's going to be either, unfortunately, a family member or somebody that worked for her or connected to them, or somebody that did work at her house, somebody that had knowledge of her home, where the cameras were. They didn't have knowledge of that one camera unless they knew that camera wasn't connected. I don't think it could be anyone, Scooter. You think it could just be some random person that was walking the street? I don't think so. That would be weird. Why would some random person know to pull out that camera and stuff and smash the other ones? I don't think it's some random person. Hi, a traveler. I haven't seen you in a long time. How are you? Lewis says, someone who knows well the house, but doesn't know well her health and her needs. Yeah, about her health. But wouldn't they know then? That narrows it down to 175 different people. Yeah, well, Scooter says it could be anybody, so that's a lot more. So I narrowed it down there, Red Hornet. It's definitely not random, Linda says. I don't think it's random. How could that be random? Not with what was done. Not with what was done. Could it have been someone from her church? Did they know? Did someone... we don't know what her life was like. Did she have a ladies group that met at her house with people from the church? What kind of things did she do? Ken says, I think she fought back hard at the front door. Hence the blood drops. Yeah, a lot of people think that too, Ken. The infamous septic tank shirt. What was all that about? Well, we already discussed that, B-Lady. They were probing it with a stick. There's two schools of thought. Some people say that they were looking for small things. I don't believe that. They're not going to find something small in there. Her Apple Watch was on the charger. Why would they be looking for that? Something that was flushed down the toilet, you're not going to find like that with this stick. It's ridiculous. I think they were looking for a body. That's my take on it. A lot of people here think that too. I think it was someone who knows her. Yeah, me too, a traveler. Well, it looks like they're doing a recovery, not a search anymore. Well, I think, Alicia, because of the length of time, and we don't know what's in those notes, and we don't even know if those notes are connected, but just the amount of time and nobody hearing anything, that's troublesome. That's really troublesome. Over a week with a woman that needs medication, that's in such pain, with limited mobility. Yeah. Okay, we'll put that down. We'll see. Maybe is Colonel Mustard? Yeah, maybe. One thing, at her daughter's home, the coyotes were howling. Well, I don't know if they did a catch. Coyotes howl, but are they really? Over here, the foxes sound like we used to always think they were coyotes, that they're fox. Oh, I'm sure the family is privy to stuff we don't know. I'm sure they are. And they're being told to say things in a certain way. And this whole thing with the, that they're taking the notes seriously and everything may be said as a tactic to flush something else out or to make someone think they're not onto something that they are. Police, investigators do that all the time. They don't want someone to know that they're onto them, which is why I think how strongly they went against that Ashley Banfield and what she said, but didn't say it was false, said it was reckless, speaks volumes to me. Law enforcement knows something, I think, by the way they have been doing things. Well, I think, okay, tell me. Coyotes howl almost. Thank you, Trekking. That's what I thought. You live right there, and the coyotes howl almost every night. Yeah, I think maybe a lot of people that were out there were not used to hearing coyotes. Hi, Lisa. I believe at this point the family knows. Good to see you, Lisa. I haven't seen you in a long time. I believe at this point the family knows she isn't alive. I would tend to agree with you, Lisa. Well, even if you didn't know for sure, you know, as if someone's lost and it's 30 below zero, right? And it's a week's gone on and no one's heard from them. The hope is getting, right, because they're not going to be able to survive out there. So you're kind of knowing that if you have a mother who's very frail with limited mobility, she doesn't have her medication, and if you haven't been given any proof of life from these notices, they probably are not even real. But, you know, I mean, it's like we said, slim to none. They said it's mating season for coyotes. Okay. Yeah, the ransom is $6 million, but these people have money, B lady. I think Savannah's worth $45 million. I think they could do that, but I don't think they think they're credible. Ken says he thinks that everyone should give me a like. I agree with you, Ken. Thank you. I think they just want her remains. Well, I'm sure that they do want to, you know, definitely, if that's happened, they want her back either way. They want her back alive, obviously, but if she's not alive, then they do want to give her, I'm sure, a proper, you know, funeral. I think the families should give a deadline to answer, then stop telling them they will pay after this. Well, there is a deadline tomorrow, right? 5 p.m. Now, what's going to happen? A lot of people think tomorrow is going to be a big, big day. That something's going to happen with this deadline. Hi, One Eye. How do we know that Nancy even went back home? Alicia, how I think they know, okay, is I think they know because her phone and her Apple Watch, I think it was tracked to the daughter's house. She was in a ride share, and then it has her coming back. I think that's how they know. And her pacemaker. Remember, her pacemaker. So she was in that house because her pacemaker was making contact with the phone, with the app. The family may have a plot next to her dad for her. Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Hi, Megan Els. Hello. So what do you think, Trekking? You're probably the closest one in the area. What do you think? You hear any local buzz about this? And what's the temperature during the day out there? I know it must be hot because reporters are saying their phones are overheating and stuff, and but then you see the deputies coming out in these jackets at night, so it might get cool. I think they're already solved it, and they're in the evidence gathering phase. Do you think she's alive, Trekking? It got up to 80 degrees today. Oh, okay. That sounds good. Right now it's 2 degrees here. It's freezing here. Let's see. I don't understand the camera info at the Circle K, do you mean? At the Circle K? You don't understand why they wanted the car of interest, a vehicle of interest? Unfortunately, no. I believe she is no longer with us. I hope I'm wrong, says Trekking. Anybody could have put those things in the house. The watch. But what about the pacemaker? Yes, the watch does because it has an app. Alicia, it has an app. Her pacemaker connects with the app that's on her phone, and at, what was it, at 2 something, it stopped connecting. It had been connecting prior to that. Yeah, Kash Patel, yes, I heard that, arriving tomorrow. And her blood outside, Alicia. Her blood outside. Obviously, yeah, everybody could be wrong and everybody can be right. I don't know. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I believe that too, Trekking, that those ransom letters are scams. I do believe it too. That's my belief. I think it's just a red hat. Mine too. I agree with you. I believe that too. Have you heard if Annie and her husband are back in their house trekking? I believe what was really happening to her is going to turn out to be a lot more simple than people speculate. Still very tragic. You sound like something that Jimmy said. Are you thinking along the lines of something happened that was like someone didn't mean something to happen and then they were faced with something happening? Is that what you're thinking? Something like that. They're staying at an Airbnb. Rumors in the neighborhood. Okay, I thought blood was put there to make it look like a kidnapping, but I believe FBI knew all along it's a homicide. Someone in the family. Okay, so you're separated. I believe there's a reason they took photos in Tom and Annie's garage and brought out evidence bags. Okay. I hear you. Okay, so yeah, because Jimmy was saying something like he thinks that something happened they didn't mean to happen and it happened and then they were like, oh crap, what do we do? Or so I don't know what he was trying to say, but now he's got Roman, so I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, Trucking. I know you don't want to be right about that, but something seems weird. Now today well, that would be lady. Yeah, that would cause a lot of problems. Oh, there's Jimmy. Elder abuse for money. Elder abuse for money, Ken? Could you imagine even thinking that your sibling could be involved? No, that's what I'm saying. You know, this is not like somebody having a fight, okay? This is family dynamics. People have misunderstandings. People have fights. People have big, loud arguments and things like that. People could throw things, this and that, but kill someone? You know, that's like really, it's not like, oh boy, he snapped and punched the wall. Oh boy, he snapped and slammed the door. He snapped or she snapped and killed the person? Come on. Snapping to me is you lost your temper or something, but it's not like you killed someone. That's like, and a lot of people are saying that. Like, a lot of people are just saying, well, maybe they just snapped. And I'm like, I don't know. Like, the people especially your family and stuff, do you think it's that easy just to snap and just kill someone? To kill someone? I don't. It's different than just. I mean, if an accident happened, like let's say two people are arguing at the top of a set of stairs, right? And somebody loses their balance and falls. Okay, that's different. But for somebody to kill someone, that's not like that's scary. Not with a little old lady. But still, Alicia, still, like, what are you going to do to the little old lady? You know what I mean? The whole act of doing that. What are you going to? Are you going to shake her violently? Are you going to push her into a wall? I mean, that's major. that's someone that hasn't been violent or something. Well, we don't know about their violent tendency, but that's still kind of like if you could, boy, yeah. Fred got really upset at Aunt Helen, and you'd be like, "What? Fred did what?" Hi, Bucky. That's like something. That's what I'm saying. I think we've all seen people even have really, really heated arguments, right? Heated, screaming at each other, yelling at each other, killing someone is like, I don't know. I just, unless it was a complete accident, I would not ever just say someone just does normal like crazy is going to just do that. Like I said, unless they were arguing by a set of stairs or by something like you ever see like somebody just even like tap somebody and they fall back and hit their head, something like that I could believe, but not that there's intention that you like, you know, remember when Homer grabs, when they would have the part where Homer grabs Bart around the neck, right? And he's like, okay, no, that, especially to an older woman like that, 84 years old, no, that's not snapping. That's psychotic. That's a sociopath. That's not okay at all. You don't just lose your temper with your mother or your 84-year-old and just take her out. Come on. And how would you feel about hearing like your sibling did that? That's crazy if your sibling did that. That's mind-blowing if your sibling did that. Matricide, right? Isn't that kills their mother? I'm sorry. That's not snapping. Snapping is, to me, oh, they got in a really bad argument and he, whatever, punched a hole in the wall, slammed a door, ran out screaming. But killing someone? No, you got major issues. That's not like you lost your temper. There's something wrong to do that to your mother. Come on. Your aunt, your family members, come on. So your separated says we need to pay attention to what the FBI is doing. They have taken Annie's car and spent 3.5 hours last night going through the house taking pictures. FBI knows this is not a kidnapping. Alicia says, I grew up with a friend of my family, and the one son, whenever he got mad, he would just pick up anything and start swinging. Pick up anything and start swinging. A pipe, a bat, it didn't matter. But was he hitting people or items? Was he going after people, Alicia? Yeah, I know, B-Lady, I know there's plenty that take out family members, but something's wrong with them. People were saying that they just snapped. I don't believe a normal person without these tendencies would just snap in that manner. Pray so hard that no one in the family is involved. That would be so hard. Absolutely. To even process. Of course, that's more traumatic, right? Not only is your family member something happened, but then you've got to say one of your family members did this. After a fight, there were scissors sticking out of the wall, right? Yes, but he had if you're talking about, doesn't he have paranoid schizophrenia or something? Right? So he had a mental issue. I'm not saying it's right, Bucky, but I'm saying if we're talking about people that are supposed to have been normal for a long time, and then all of a sudden you're going to say they just snapped because of money, or they just snapped because of this, and they just took out an 84-year-old woman? Yeah, that's what I mean, though. I'm talking about somebody that totally fine. They don't have a history of anything like that, and then this just seems... Normal people don't fight like that. Well, but still, he didn't kill anybody, right? I know. You're telling me that like normal people are just going to snap like that. I'm just like, oh well, he just snapped. He got upset. Got upset, and he killed 94-year-old Aunt Helen. That's crazy. Well, Bucky, like people have said, like maybe it was about money, maybe they just snapped. But see, I think Jimmy was trying to say that maybe it was accidental. That I can understand more, given her age, whatever. What if something happened accidentally? But then they covered it up instead of coming clean with it. You know that movie, Very Bad Things? Have you ever seen that movie, Very Bad Things? That's a terrible tale. It's a dark comedy. But it's a terrible tale of what happens when you try to they tried to cover up. They were having a bachelor party. I think it was in Vegas. They all went out, all the guys, right? And they got a worker, a woman, right? Who was the one that recently called a lady of the evening? I think it was my son or something. But anyway, and the guy was having fun with her in the bathroom, and they were just having a good time. And he went to just like put her against the wall. No, not putting, he wasn't being, they were doing stuff. And when she went up against the wall, a hook went through the back of her head and killed her. Okay? And instead of calling the police and explaining what happened, because one of them was getting married and this was going to open up a whole... They decided... Okay, it's a dark comedy. I know that. But they decided to cover this up. And this is a dark comedy. It's a good movie, but it will show you the lengths that they went to and how it like destroyed them. Okay? Yeah, watch it if you haven't. But what if something like that happened? What if, said, come on, like, stop. And she fell, hit her head. Now, high zigzag. Is that what happened? My goodness, if it has to be a family member that did this, it's 100% worse if they sat there and held her and strangled her for four minutes. Anybody, right? So could this be something that happened accidentally? I don't know. As time goes on, it doesn't look good that there's going to be a good outcome. It doesn't. Unfortunately, it doesn't. So what happened? There's certain things that say that this is somebody that she knew. Hey, they spent like 40 minutes in the house with her. Right? That camera was taken off at like 1:45, right? And didn't her pacemaker lose contact at like 2:23? Something like that? So if they spent all that time with her in the house, what does that mean? She might have been very comfortable with whoever was there, right? Or they were comfortable being in the house, didn't think that they were going to trip off an alarm and be caught or anything like that. What time is the next Dateline? Tomorrow at 5 p.m. Hi, Super Chat Cat. Yes, parental abuse is real, but I don't think that was the case here. That this is an abused woman. You know? Need to see if cameras on the roof. Oh. Hi, White Angel. I didn't even see White Angel come in here. Let's see what you guys are saying. Let me see. Snapped? No way. Hi, Snow Remover. I didn't even see you get in here. You can have a theory. What's your theory? What's Snow Remover's theory? I miss Snow Remover's theory. This is a head scratch. Oh, it's a head scratch. You can have a theory, Snow Remover. I didn't even want to even guess anymore. Yeah, it's just I think it's natural, especially for people like us that follow cases like this, that how do you not, oh, you don't have a theory, okay. How do you stop yourself from thinking what happened? Because we want to make sense of things. We just naturally do. We want to make the pieces of a puzzle fit so we know what happened. And a lot of times we want to know what happened to prevent something like that happening again. So it's two things. You just keep thinking 84 years old, no meds, bleeding, doesn't look good. Yeah. And so I think we just naturally are like, what's happened? Let's see if what's new. Let's see if there's any new updates, okay? Okay, wait, let me ask you something else. Okay, with Cash Patel coming tomorrow, do you think they already know it's already done deal? They know it's already done, and they're waiting for him and to make this big announcement? Does anybody think that? What about that? I want to go back to the chat and see what you guys think about that. Do you think that's what that's about? Russell says no. You don't think so, Russell? You don't think Kash Patel, the director of the FBI snow remover, you don't think so? Yeah, he's going there tomorrow. You don't think they're going to make a big press conference? Let's look at this, okay? This has probably been, this is huge, right? What missing or kidnapped person, besides JonBenet Ramsey probably back in the day, had this much attention on them? And in fact, that's made a lot of people really angry. A lot of people are very angry that there's missing children that don't get this attention, yada, yada, yada. We've seen that. So, just wants to get on the, okay. Is that what you think, Russell? Or do you think that they have this and they've tied this up now and they're going to do a press conference tomorrow and they want him there, maybe for the reasons that you're saying, but wouldn't they want him to be there on a big high profile case like this? The only thing that I kind of think is that someone wants to. Yes, they said he would be looking into it after he is done with what he came there for. I don't know. I don't know. You don't think so? I know, Russell, yeah, I know. You said that. You don't think so? I know. You want to know why she was there alone, big house, isolated, no street lights. Why would anyone be alone? I wouldn't let my mom if she... Because she lived in that house since 1985, Bucky, and she probably wanted to be in that house, and her daughter lived a little ways away. I won't get you started. I don't mean for this to be political. I'm just saying that, could that be why? Are people saying this was all done as a diversion? And people are saying, yeah, they are saying that. People think a lot of things are diversion. Okay? They're thinking this is a diversion. They're thinking the ransom notes are a diversion. They're thinking lots of things are. Right? People say these are psyops. This isn't really happening. This isn't real. You're going to get people saying all kinds of things. They are rich. They could have had someone be with her, but we don't know what their dynamic is. Maybe she's very, very stubborn and says, no, I don't want that. She did have a housekeeper. She had a pool staff. She had a landscaping staff. There can be a history of dysfunction in a family, and it can lead to violence. Yeah, but I'm not sure that we have that in this case. If I think anything happened, I think it would be in an accident. I think it would be an accident. But then again, how could it be an accident? How could it be an accident? It can't be. Because why would they have ripped the cameras out before? It can't be an accident. They ripped the cameras out before. It can't be an accident. See, I just answered my own question. That's why you have to talk things out. I just answered my own question. It can't be an accident. Hi, Bench. Well, we don't know that, Bench. We don't know that yet. We hope not. Well, that's another thing. Snow remover, an accident at 2 a.m. It can't be the cameras, so we can scratch that one off. Scratch that one off the list. No accident. You wouldn't like to think that someone that knew her could have done this to her. But then again, the amount of time they spent in the house, their knowledge of where all these cameras were, hi Jen, would tell you that they knew the place, then they were comfortable there and they didn't think she'd call the police on them or whatever. I don't know, they were rich. You didn't know they were rich until now? Do you know who the daughter is? Savannah Guthrie? High speed? Wouldn't the people giving the ransom make it easier? Wouldn't the people giving the ransom make it easier to collect? I'm not understanding you. Wouldn't the people giving the ransom make it easier to collect? Do you mean the people asking for the ransom? Are you saying that the Bitcoin is too hard? They want it to be under a fake name. It would be pretty straightforward on who and what to give the money to. Well, no, they don't want that. They don't want to be known. But I don't even think that's true, though. I think that's I believe it's someone trying to make a fast buck. That's what I think. She's not a celebrity, but she's a broadcaster. You could call her, I don't know, if you high profile person. She's on the Today Show and Savannah Guthrie. Look her up, high speed. She's written some books. She's worth, I think, $45 million high speed, according to the interwebs. And aren't you even out that towards that way, high speed? I'm surprised you don't know that this isn't that buzz. Okay, let's look at what's going on. All right, let's see if there's any updates, okay? I know I went to do this a minute ago and then I got sidetracked because then, yeah, I feel better now because it's not an accident because now they took the cameras out. Yep. Okay. Let's see what we got here. The search for 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie is taking a distressing turn. Let's see. The ransom is $6 million in Bitcoin, and the timeline, the deadline is Monday at 5 p.m. Okay, let's see now. There's nothing new, Linda. Everything is. I'm just seeing if anybody has any, came up with any epiphany stuff, right? So, someone said, I think the sheriff's office figured out what happened early on. I think they suspected a family member, and Nancy was injured at a family member's house. Items were brought to the house to stage a kidnapping. That's why they released the house to the family. What? That doesn't even make sense. Okay. I don't know. It's Jimmy?
Yeah.
Is someone here? So, in case you missed, they checked the septic tank at Nancy's house today. They had a big, no, I'm talking to the chat. They had a big stick and they were like probing, okay? That would be what you would do, people say like for body, or would it, be for something small? Something small, how would you find it with a stick in there? I just think it was something they had to rule out, right? Okay, yeah, I don't see anything new. There's nobody's reporting any activity or anything like that. So I think all is quiet for that point, and I think that there's going to be some big break tomorrow. There's going to be, and unfortunately, I don't think it's. I don't think it's going to be an outcome that people. But I think. Because you have 8 reasons why. Okay. Alicia says, well, I heard that they're going to have deputies there, Alicia. Didn't they? They released a statement that they were going to have them to make sure that the house is secure. That's what I thought. You didn't see that, Alicia? I did see it. Have you looked into Nancy's Facebook posts? I don't believe those are real. I think that's sensationalism. There's always people that are trying to start shite. Yeah, I heard they pumped out the tank the day prior to probing it today. I don't know, Lisa. I didn't hear that. I heard today from several sources. But We do not have patience anymore. We want everything solved right now. Exactly, Alicia. We want instant gratification. What's going on? Tell us what's going on. Okay? Or we're going to try to figure it out ourselves. Hi, Raging Gamer. Hi, Jill. Jill says the tan unmarked van hung around for more than 6 hours. Reported to police. What, Jimmy? Report the tan unmarked van hung around for more than 6 hours. Reported to police. People are capable of evil. The Epstein files prove that, and it's so much worse than that. I have no idea about what happened. What? Tell us, Raging. Tell us. We're all ears. Tell us your new idea. Lisa says they cut out the lights at a certain time because of the observatory. The security guard called the sheriff out to Nancy's house. I thought the security guard was at Annie's house. I thought Annie's house is the one that has the security guard. That's what I heard. She got into an argument with a family member for whatever reason and got hit, fell, and died. Well, okay, you must, Raging, you should have been here about 20 minutes ago. We just talked about that. And we just talked about that, but you know why we figured that can't be true? If it was accidental like that, and then they tried to cover it up, how could that be true if they took the cameras out prior to that? How's that? Hold on a second. Thank you, Amanda. And I have to play a song. We've got a super chat. We got to play the super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat. We've got songs for super chats and songs that people become members to celebrate them. So, Amanda, this one is going to go out to you. Let's see here. Let's do this one.
Whoa, super chat, look at you. Sending love, we see it too. Thank you, Rammer, shining bright. Mommy ramblings love tonight. Lights are glowing, hearts are true. Every word we feel with you. Super chat, you light the room like a star in midnight blue.
Thank you, Amanda. Okay, now let me go back to the chat. So let me see what did Raging Gamer say? Yeah, see, I thought I was thinking along the same line, Raging. If you go back about 20 minutes, I was thinking, you ever see Very Bad Things, that movie? I was thinking Very Bad Things, right? When something happened accidentally and they tried to cover it up and it, oh boy, that spiraled out of control. But what makes that it didn't happen is that why would they have already known and taken the cameras out? So that's easy, right? That rules that out. We can cross that one off the list. And then, yeah. Thanks, Lisa. Nancy was. We don't know that, okay? Betcha falling star. I can't betcha. But we don't know that. There's a lot of things that are made up, and I don't know that those are authentic at all. A lot of people use stuff like that for an agenda. Those don't look legit to me, but it's probably going to be something very different than what we're thinking. Right, Alicia? Though in... Yeah, I mean, like, remember Gannon Stouck's disappearance? Okay, she said he went to a friend's house and all that stuff, and everybody was saying that something's wrong. And then there was that stuff about the fire and a candle, and then the probable cause affidavit was leaked, right? And then the amount of blood that was in the house was not sufficient with life. Remember that? Did you see it on her authentic Facebook, or did you see it on Twitter and other places where they said those were her Facebook posts? Well, if you want to email me her account there, my email, can you please do that? Because I have not seen it. Can you please do that? Email me her account, okay? My email is it's up Carolyn@truecrimechat.org. Can you do that, please? Carolyn@truecrimechat.org. Just email it to me, because I haven't seen it. I've seen only posts where they put posts there that can be easily made up. Does anyone know that John Ramsey dated? Oh, yep, I know that. Oh, I don't know if that's real, Bucky. That would have to be authenticated. That sounds not real. I don't know. That doesn't sound real, but... Okay, so please email me, Bench. Thank you. Okay, so, not the second. Yeah, right. Me too. I'm with Scooter, Bucky. I'm going to need that authenticated. That doesn't sound legit. That sounds like sensationalism that somebody would do to get a click of you, whatever. That sounds sensationalistic. Okay, so if we knocked out accidental because of the cameras. Then what? Yeah, I don't think where if you think they talked about it in the files, but you have to have the definitive proof. We're all about authentication here. Okay, so what about? I do think tomorrow's going to be a big day in this case. I think for several reasons they weren't going to tie it up tonight. Now, whether Kash Patel, like I said was going there anyway. I think that the fact that he's going to be there, they were going to have him there. Now, oh, thank you, Baby Doe. Thank you for being a fact checker. Baby Doe says, and that's my pineapple lady, these claims have been debunked. Are your pineapples still doing good? You know what? I just started 5 avocados today. 5 avocados. That's what I was doing most of the day. That, and then Michael and Gia came over, and then they went to the city, and okay. These claims have been debunked. Considered unfounded conspiracy theories. Thank you. Now, which ones are you talking about? Are you talking about Nancy's Facebook post? No. What? God bless you. I don't. Okay. All right, Bench, I'm going to tell you something, okay? Let me say something. Making a Facebook page, Bench, is a very simple thing. People do it all the time to... How many times do you get friend requests from people that are not in your family, but they have your family's name and everything, and then they're not your family member or your friend? Okay. Shoot, I wanted to do this. Okay, okay. Hold on a minute. Just let's see here. Hold on. Okay, if that's her account there, the woman in the profile picture doesn't look like the woman we've been seeing. But I'm going to ask a fact checker of mine here. Jimmy? I'm going to send you a Facebook page.
Yeah.
Would you please check it for authenticity?
I'll try.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I just did. Okay, we'll have a fact checker on that. And Baby Doe, I think I'm still friends with you too, right on here? Let me see. Yeah, I'm going to send it to you too, since you can be a fact check on this, okay? Okay, we got our fact checkers on it, okay? All right, they'll report back. All right, so let's see. Okay, I sent it to the fact checkers. Now, let's Let's see what's going on over here. I missed it. I missed it. You missed it? Okay. I did. I still think she's deceased, but I don't think her body has been recovered and given to the family. Well, that's unfortunate because where is her body? You know what I mean? If she was like... Annie hasn't. I think she locked her Facebook down there, Bench. I think she locked it down after everybody was taking pictures and stuff and saying all kinds of things.
I think it's legit, honey. She's got Savannah as a friend.
Okay, keep checking. I'm going to... wait, let me just... Baby Doe is checking it all as well. Okay. What? Okay, here's the other thing. If this was not targeted, if it was random, don't you think there would be way more hypervigilance with the neighbors, with the area? If this was a random attack, okay, let's say it was like in Connecticut, that home invasion, that horrible home invasion in Cheshire, Connecticut, right? Hi, Margaret. If it was something like that, and let's say they didn't catch the people, but if it was like somebody going around and doing this on the random, that's what I mean. This is very personal. It's very targeted. It's not... Yeah.
All I can say is that Savannah Guthrie's her friend, and you click on it, and it's actually Savannah Guthrie. You know, it has the blue check or star by it.
Is she saying anything about her mother?
Let me look at it. Guthrie, friend. Guthrie. Yeah, Savannah is.
She is?
Yeah. All you gotta do is go to, click on that, and then go to friends, and then go down, scroll down to Savannah.
Okay, and what?
Got Annie Guthrie on there.
Right.
Yeah. I just think it's legit anyway.
But why would she have a Facebook like that that's not locked down like that? That's so open, that even shows her friends. I mean, just regular people don't show their friends on Facebook, most of them. Why would she have a...
You go to definitely Savannah Guthrie's page, for sure. You know, and well, at least it has that most, it has that, the one, Bring It Home, has that on it,
Yeah, but they could put that there.
okay?
You know, nowadays it's...
Has the sons, all this stuff there. And that's gonna have Savannah Guthrie with a blue check mark beside it.
I don't know. We'll see what baby...
She means it's her.
Okay.
Got pictures of her with Al Roker. All good, thanks for the prayers. Yeah, I think it's all legit.
Okay, and so is the mother's page very political?
No.
It's not?
Is it political?
Yes.
I don't see it political.
You don't see it saying things that against what's going on?
I see you're moderating a conversation with Josh Shapiro and stuff. You know, I mean, that's kind of, you know.
Okay, because people in here are saying that, or okay, but where's Bench? Bench, even if that was
It's her page.
okay, Jimmy believes it's her page, but he's not seeing. You're not seeing. Well, I'll see what Baby Doe says. Okay, but let's say she did have a. Okay, yes, Bench, he's saying that it looks pretty legit. Okay, but Bench, let's say she was outspoken in one direction or the other, right? How did they know? Are you trying to say that someone did this because of her political beliefs? Is that what you're trying to say? I don't know. Is that what you're trying to think? Okay. But scroll up, Baby Doe said. Okay. Let me see. What did Baby Doe say? Baby Doe says social media scams during high-profile missing persons cases, fake or unauthorized social media profiles often emerge. Okay. But how would they know about the cameras before even going into the house and where they all are? And that, I mean, we live in America, right? There's a lot of people that express views one way or the other. Scroll up more? Okay. Let me see. Scroll up more. Fact check. These claims have been debunked or are considered unfounded conspiracy theories. Okay. Let's see. Was debunked. Okay. Now, yeah, but it's probably fake, Sandra. I'll check it out, but there's a lot of fake news that's been saying that all day. I saw that about hours ago, but I'll check it out. Let me check it out. But I saw that hours ago. Okay, let me go check just what Sandra's saying, but I think that's the same. I saw stuff like that earlier, Sandra. I saw even mugshots, fake mugshots, all kinds of stuff. It's crazy. Let me see. Okay. Yeah. I don't see it yet, even from the fake. I saw one from the fake news before. Let's see. Are you talking about like something from Royal Family Moments, sad news 10 minutes ago in Arizona? Annie Guthrie, was it that one? That would be fake news. one with a mugshot from someone named Little Chase, a sudden arrest, and they have a her against. If you just even look at the numbers, you'll see that's not a real mugshot. I don't know if these are the ones you're seeing. There's a lot of fake news out there. I don't see any real news that says that, so I'd say it's fake. There's no real news that I see on Facebook that says that. A lot of fake news that says it, but not real. Okay. I think millions of Americans are demon possessed. Hi, MLK. Well, you would think that if Nancy had any social media that the police would have been all over it for evidence. Oh, yeah, I'm sure they were. They do have people that work on just that. I don't think so. I believe Annie and her husband were involved. Okay, you don't think it's that. Okay, gotcha, Bench. Oh, okay, Bench. I doubt it too. Home invasions are common in crime-ridden areas. Well, that place in Connecticut wasn't crime-ridden. Yeah, that wasn't crime-ridden. I hate the new AI videos, so many fake ones. Yeah, it's not right to, it's okay, if people want to fool around and make funny things. But when people try to put people in situations where they're arrested or they're with somebody else or that's too far. That should be criminal. I do believe that. That's not the right way to use AI at all. That's like those deep fakes, and those are criminal. You put someone in some kind of a situation that they're not in, arrested, or, that's wrong. It's just wrong. Annie's husband is a teacher, and Annie makes jewelry and writes poetry. You make somebody singing, or you make that's okay, but don't put somebody and say they were just arrested, or put them somewhere they're not supposed to be. That's wrong. And a lot of people are doing it. There's a lot of fake news. Facebook, which I thought had stricter regulations, there's so much fake news there. And the other thing, I don't know if anybody else sees it, and I'm just going to say, because I say it all the time, but then everybody says they don't see it. Jimmy, do you ever see this? You're looking at your stories on Facebook on the top, right?
Right.
And there'll be someone, usually it's a celebrity, like maybe Sebastian Maniscalco, or it was Amy Roloff the other day. And in the little story circle, they show something pornographic.
Oh yeah, I see that, but I don't know who. I see, sometimes it looks like it's pornographic, but you look at it.
No, it really is. Yeah, and it's a celebrity's name.
Yeah, I don't know about the celebrity's name, but I see something up there, and I like,
And I don't understand that. Do you guys see that?
Yeah, but I don't know if it's a celebrity's name that I see, but I do see the pornographic stuff up there.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can click on it and go up and say, I don't want to see this anymore.
It's horrible. Yeah. Do you guys see that? If you're on Facebook and your little stories in the little circles, it's usually, to me, it's like a celebrity name, Sebastian Maniscalco, but it's not really, or Amy Roloff has been the last couple of days. Next time I see it, I'm going to take a screenshot of it so I can show it, because some of you said you didn't notice that, but I notice it all the time and I can't stand it. You never see that, Snow Remover? Look, they were at Annie's house for 3 hours taking pictures. The light and dark, that means something. Yeah, it does. The Scottsdale of Tucson. What does that mean, the Scottsdale of Tucson? What is that? What's wrong with Scottsdale? There's an app now that you can put a picture of someone. That's great. Needed a warrant. So something's up. Yeah, but it really, I don't think it really was Amy Roloff's account. I see it all the time. It's, no, please. Listen, I don't mean that Amy Roloff did it, Alicia. I think it's somebody manipulating the name and putting it, please. It's not Amy Roloff. It's not Sebastian Maniscalco, but they're using a name. Somehow they're using it and posting something. It's not them. Okay, what do we have here? Thank you, Snow Remover. Let's see. Hold on a second. Miss Kittens received a gift membership from Snow Remover. Sunkissed received one. I'm going to make this a little bigger. I can't read this small, tiny font. Okay. Jane Huey, welcome. Amy in Oregon, welcome. And Cracker Jacks, thank you. You've all got memberships from Snow Remover, and we're going to play the new membership song to honor that. Thank you so much, Snow Remover. Let's see. We're going to play it 2 different versions of this short, the membership song.
Woo! Oh, yeah. Hey there, Rambler, pull up a chair. You're part of the family, love's everywhere. From late night laughs to stories that matter, we ramble together, it's perfectly scattered. Welcome, Ramblers unite. Different levels, same heart, shining bright. Thank you for the love, for the time that you bring. Mommy Ramblings grow because of everything. Woo!
And we'll play the other one because it got...
Hey there, Rambler, pull up a chair. You're part of the family, love's everywhere. From late night laughter, stories that matter, we ramble together, it's perfectly scattered. Welcome, Ramblers unite, woo-hoo. Different levels, same heart, shining bright. Thank you for the love, for the time that you bring. Mommy Ramblings grows because of everything.
Okay, thank you very much, Snow Remover. And everybody thanks Snow Remover who got a membership from Snow Remover if you're here. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, there's no more. They gave us badges. We don't have wrenches anymore. There you have a badge. They took away the wrench and they gave a badge now. At first I thought it was like, it doesn't even look like, it looks like they covered something or something. But yeah. Oh boy, that's not good, Alicia. That's not good. That kind of stuff should be illegal. Yeah, it's a shield shape. That's what I'm saying. We got badges. They took away the wrenches. They don't have wrenches anymore. They're badges all over. I thought it was a shield. Oh, I don't know. I thought it was a badge. Maybe it's a shield. Who knows? Y'all, who says January 27th was the last time that Nancy posted? And according to y'all, who the family is concerned about the pot. Wait, hold on a minute. What pot? What pot? She also had an Instagram page, but it's private. Wait a minute. What pot? Sarah Boone. Oh my goodness. I saw that post also. What post are we talking about? What?
Hit the road, Roman.
Was Roman going now?
Yeah.
Romy.
Doesn't care about anything except for.
What?
He likes it here. Once he gets over,
Put his coat on and stuff.
I am.
Oh, post. Okay. I was thinking like, what? Okay. Because then I'm thinking she means, weed. Thinking like pot. Hi there. Hi, Rachel. How are you? So, hold on one second. I just have to say goodbye to Romy. Hold on a minute. I'll be right there because Romy's going home right
Bring
now.
him over here? Yeah,
Well,
right.
I said,
Yeah, bring him over there.
why? Okay, be good boys. Be good boys in the booth. Okay? All right.
Kiss on the lips, honey.
Stop. Okay. Stay warm, Romies. You're gonna hold him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. So, okay. So tell me, where were we? So now we're losing sight. We were off on AI or something. I don't know what that is going on. Nancy has not been in a church since COVID. Yeah, look at the pin. Look at the pin question, Alicia. Hey, Russell. That one is my granddog. That's my granddog. We were babysitting. And also when Annie bought a house $650 last year. He's a 6th grade teacher. Right. And Nancy. Write Christian books. So I don't know. Maybe a Bible meeting, but church. Yeah, maybe she even had Bible meetings at her house. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. That's what I mean. How active was she? If she was sharp as a tack, she was probably active in a lot of things. She may have been very, listen to me. My cousin just passed away. She probably would have been, I think she was 85 and just passed away. And she was computer literate like crazy. She was all over Facebook, spin classes, all of that stuff. So just because somebody's 84 doesn't mean they're not tech savvy. And I know a lot of people aren't at 84, but some people are. It looks like a big black goblin is sitting behind me. Why? Why does it look like a big black goblin is sitting behind me? What is that from? From the pillow? Boy, a big black goblin. Yikes. Let's hope. I don't think that's a big black goblin, but reporting that apparently January 27th was the last time that Nancy posted something. Okay, MLK, but do you think... I'm not very active on my Facebook because I'm active on, like, my personal Facebook. On my business Facebooks, I post the videos. My personal Facebook, I'm not on personal Facebook a lot. Not. Jimmy?
Huh?
Alicia says it looks like there's a big black goblin sitting behind me.
It does?
That's what she said. She said it's just my chair. Or Rachel said it's just my chair. Wow. It looks like a big black goblin. Your chat disappeared. Okay, Jimmy, we figured this out. We did solve something. It can't be accidental.
What can it be?
If something happened to Nancy, it can't be accidental. You know why?
Why?
Because they took the cameras out before. If anything happened inside the house and it was an accident, they wouldn't have pulled the cameras out before. Yeah.
No, I mean, when I mean accident, I mean like saying, hey, I'm going to kidnap you, right?
Yeah.
And I'm going to kidnap you, and something goes, I'm going to get your stuff, let's go. And then they can obviously see, if there was a camera, they would see that I'm kidnapping you. But then all of a sudden something could have happened. You could try to, kick me in the leg or who knows what.
But that's not an accident. You're trying to kidnap me.
That's an accident. No, something happens to you, then it'll be an accident.
But you're doing something illegal.
Yeah, but you don't understand. You understand my point.
I do understand your point,
That's
but I'm talking about something totally accidental, like
Okay.
saying like, you're like,
She
come
fell
on,
down.
stop
Yeah,
it,
I know, I
and
don't mean
and
that.
then the lady falls
No, I
down
don't
and
mean
hits her
that.
head.
No, I mean like I'm going to go to kidnap you, and then right at the last minute you try to slam the door on my hand or something like that, and I reach in and grab you, and you fall down on your face or something like that. And
Right.
you're bleeding, something like that. And
Okay.
I mean,
But then what did you intend to do in the first place?
kidnap you?
Why?
I don't know. Money, of course, money.
How are you going to get the money?
Bitcoin.
How are you going to stop being traced?
I have a plan.
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think I don't even know why a family member would do this, okay?
Yeah, I know. Well, who knows, honey?
It doesn't even make
drugs-
sense.
Listen, drugs, if drugs can do the worst thing to people's brain, and have you doing goofy stuff.
Oh,
And so, I know. But I'm
I
lucky
know,
I didn't
but
do anything.
come
that's
on. There's a lot of
has
people that have
inconvenienced
been on
life.
drugs for years and years and years, and they haven't killed their parents.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'm not
Okay.
saying that, but I don't understand that one. But some people have that.
Come
a
on.
couple screws loose up there, a couple more than others, that's all. But, I mean,
You're not talking like Nick Reiner. Come on.
who?
You're not talking about like Nick Reiner.
No, I'm not
I mean,
talking like that.
but I'm saying, look how easily he got caught.
Of course, yeah. he got
This was
caught.
planned out. This
Yeah,
doesn't.
it was
This
planned.
this
We'll
doesn't speak of somebody
I think we're
that's
gonna find
stressed
out.
out on drugs looking for stuff. It doesn't.
I think it's going to start unfolding tomorrow evening.
I think. Don't you think Cash Patel is going there for a reason? That they're waiting for him. I think they
Don't
are.
get me started
Okay, I'm not
on
going
these
to.
guys.
Don't. I'm just.
All right.
We're not going to be political.
Right.
But I'm just saying that.
About Cash Patel.
But I think that being that he's going to be there, I think they're going to let him make this big announcement. I don't know. This is my feeling. So
Yeah, I don't know. It's good. Yeah, you're right. It's come some kind of show.
I don't
We'll
know.
see what happens.
We'll see. I just think that I don't know.
I understand.
They've been throwing that name around that he's going to be there tomorrow.
Okay.
I just think something's going to happen. What about someone from her church? But she hasn't been to her church though, Jen. She's been streaming the church. So people now are saying, did they even get a call from anybody at the church? Is that just all a ruse?
Like that, she hardly goes to church anymore?
She doesn't. She hasn't been since COVID, apparently.
But we're A&P Catholics. You know what A&P Catholics are? What are A&P Catholics, honey?
Ashes and ponds.
Ashes. We'll get ashes and we'll get palms. I'm sure some of the others we see up there and say hello, they're A&P Catholics too.
What is that? Any shady neighbors? No, high speed. She lives in a nice place. She does look like she has very thin skin. Savannah and her brother are successful, and the other sister, she's not. Well, how can I just tell you something? She's just a jewelry maker. So Savannah makes a lot of money. Hey, can I tell you something? Sometimes, what if her mother said, okay, here's another thing, MLK. Maybe with the mother having Savannah who's set for life, doesn't need her mother's money, right? And Savannah, his brother, you said, does very well. What if Savannah's mother said, you know what? I'm going to buy Annie that house, or I'm going to give her the money to have that house. What about that? What if she did that? Right? What if her mother bought it or helped her with it? And how do you know, just because he's a teacher, he also did other things, but how do you know about his family? How do you know his family wasn't very wealthy or gave him money? Or how do you know that? We don't know that. How do we know that just because he's a teacher, we don't know that he could have made some huge investments that paid off? We don't know that. You can't just say that. We don't know what else. Maybe they invest in the stock market very heavily and they do very well. We don't know. Maybe you have a side hustle. We don't know. She had many crews to take care of everything. They knew when she was there. Yeah, that's another thing, is the crews that she had, or people that knew them. Absolutely. We don't know. You can't know everything just by. You don't know his grandmother could have left him a large amount of money. You don't know anything just by looking on the face value of something. Do you know what, Bench? There's a lot of people sometimes that look shady and they're not. And there's a lot of people that look really upstanding and they're really shady. Haven't you ever run into that? I have. People that look really upstanding. How about people that are preachers and things? Leading big congregations. Right? There's a lot of, you just can't say, well, that person doesn't look okay and that person does. Look at the preppy killer, right? That kid looked good looking and all that, and look at Scott Peterson. A lot of people thought Scott Peterson was so good looking and, wonderful. You don't know. It's pretty obvious. Yeah. I hear you, Alicia. I think there's definitely something there. Why did they go there? Okay. They went there. You could say, well, they went there. They were the last people to see her. She was in their car, right? You could say that. They went there because she was in their car when they drove her home. It's part of the investigation. But yeah, there's definitely something going on there.
What you got? Something happened?
No,
You guys solve anything yet?
not yet.
All right.
I don't know if you're aware of this, but we have a little boy here that was missing years ago. This never been found, dead or alive. We still wonder which little boy are you talking about? There's several missing children that have never been found. Summer Wells, Monkey, the little boy in Idaho. Not Monkey. What about the? Oh my gosh! Why am I losing the name now? I think that Annie is the one who did something, says Sandra. I think I know the one you're going to say, MLK. It's right in my head. The one, is it with the stepmother? Wait a second. Michael Vaughn is the one I'm thinking of in Idaho. Michael Monkey Vaughn. Look at the kids in Canada, right? Lily. And so many that. Scams. Who scams? What's the name of the child that's missing? My ex-mother-in-law and father-in-law totally loaded. She drove a beat-up Buick that looked so poor, and they were definitely rich. Yeah, there's a lot of people like that. I've known a lot of people like that. I don't think they said it was their son. I think they said they have a missing child there. But I don't think they meant their son. Did they? Yes, that's the name I was thinking of. That MLK, that is the name that I've been thinking of, that I was just thinking of. Yep. Yeah, we're familiar with that case. We've gone into that case. Yeah, Sebastian Rogers is another one, right? There's a lot. Unfortunately, I said that earlier. I said that there's a lot of people that are frustrated, like with any case. Certain cases get attention, right? When and people say, well, why does one case get all the attention, and all these other cases don't get that attention? And it's just the way it is, right? It's the way it works. It's just the way it is. What's the answer? I wonder if she ever went home after she left her home. I wonder about that. Are you talking now about the mother? Well, they have her phone and her pacemaker connecting there until 2:23 or something like that. Right? What about the pacemaker? And the phone? And the Apple Watch? Because I would say if it was just a phone and the Apple Watch, they could have brought it there, but they have her pacemaker. The stepmom, the last one to see him when she dropped him off at school, right? Yeah. Kyron, yeah. So I don't think she had to be there for the device to connect. What do you mean? I think she did. Because she's not there now and the device won't connect. She has to be there. Yeah, they say they accuse the stepmother, right? But see, they have no evidence. And I was the person to say, how can you accuse someone if you don't have evidence? Never accuse someone if you don't have evidence. They always accuse the stepmother, but nobody has ever been arrested. They never found the fully dead or alive. Yeah, battery life. What do you mean battery life? What? You have to be in 20-foot range to connect, says Prepper Tuck. Who saw Annie in the house? What do you mean, who saw Annie in the house? I thought just the husband dropped her off. How do we know Annie was in the car? We don't know that because they have the phones that would give their GPS. We don't know that. We're not privy to that information. Not true. My dad could be away from devices, says Lisa. Well, hold on. What do you mean away from devices? Yeah, you could be away from the device, but it lost connection is what they're saying. Do you understand, Lisa? Like, she was connected to it, her watch was showing it, and then to something that it's disconnected. It's like pacemaker not found, whatever. That's what it is. She could be away from the device, but it's going to tell her that there's no connection. "2010, Kyron's been missing." Yeah. I don't think so, Alicia. Jimmy, why do I smell something burning? Jimmy? Jimmy? You can't hear me. Jimmy, dear.
Yes, dear.
Why do I smell something burning?
You don't.
Okay, I don't. Okay.
Right?
All right.
Okay.
Somebody said Annie was in the house for 4. No. Now, see, someone. Oh, no. What I said, if you heard me, I said, by the timeline that we have of when they pulled the camera out to when her pacemaker disconnects, I said, you would say whoever did this would have been in that house with her for 40 minutes. I didn't say it was Annie. But I said it would appear to be someone she was comfortable with. I didn't say it was Annie. In fact, I heard that it was the husband that dropped her off. When battery life is over, what do you mean, of the pacemaker? Well, that would be pretty random if the battery died because the watch was on the charger. And I smell something burning. Alicia, I don't think so. Why are you saying that? Kyron's stepmother moved to California. She's not saying that she's the stepmother. She said that a child went missing in their area. Yeah, I don't think that she's not saying that, she or he. I said it after the church called and they went over there. I said it after the church called and they went over there. Oh, you said it, Linda. Well, where did we hear that? Because I didn't hear that they were there for 40 minutes. You mean just by looking at the timeline? But how do we know it was Annie that went there? Was it definitely Annie? Let's see. After the church called, which people don't even believe happened, called about Nancy. Let's see. All right, let's see. Hey, guess what? My cousin Lorenzo's at the Olympics. Okay. I'm going to be putting up some videos. It's very funny. He was cheering for the USA, and he's like, USA, you, and they say the people behind him are like, what are you doing? You're retired. Okay. Let me see here. 5:32, Nancy Guthrie left her home in an Uber, okay? 9:48, she's dropped off at home where she lives. 1:47, her doorbell camera was disconnected. 2:12, software detects a person on camera, but there's no video available. It's not clear which camera detected the person. The sheriff said the camera has no subscription and that it's possible an animal triggered the software. 2:28, Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker disconnects from her phone. 11:56. Guthrie's family goes to check on her at home and discovers she's missing. 11:56. Linda. 12:03. A 911 call's made and deputies arrive 10 minutes later. So it isn't 40 minutes that whoever was in the house. It would be 4 and 3 is 7. 17 minutes. 17 minutes. And we don't know who. They say family. Family goes to check on her and discovers her missing at 11:56 a.m. 12:03, a call goes to 911. 10 minutes later, deputies arrive. Her cell phone was left at home. Authorities have it. Let's see. The ransom note being probed by the FBI had 2 deadlines, one 5 p.m. Thursday, a second deadline for Monday. FBI announced a $50,000 reward on Thursday. Yeah. I'm trying to see if there's, I'm just checking up on the latest. The latest. Yeah, that's it. So would it be, if that was, it would be 17 minutes. Okay. Okay. Good night, snow remover. God bless. Prayers for you. Every day. I'm always praying for you. Yes, and they have a lot of coyotes out there. We heard them. Yeah, but MLK, somebody that lives out there says the coyotes are always doing that. Hi, Mr. UHP. God bless you. She got home because the app was registering her pacemaker. 911 has a record of who called Sunday. They said about noon. That would be correct. The phone call was made. Yeah, that's correct. That would be correct. We'll find out. They have a, that's, hey, Mr. Wu. How are you? Hey, Mr. Wu, how are you? Let me see. Doesn't make sense that the church called. No, and people are thinking, is that a cover-up now? There's so much that's just... And it could be an intentional cover-up by law enforcement. I don't know. You know, that's possible too. Because they knew who called and it's documented. Yeah, it's public record, but not, it doesn't have to be released now, especially not part of a crime scene. They don't have, they can keep that under seal for a while. Yeah, because they can keep that sealed. Because it's part of an active investigation. They can keep that sealed. But we really don't know when Annie got there. Well, I'm sure they know based on her phone and stuff, but we know as much as that. Let's go over what the sheriff has told us. You want me to go over what's been confirmed? Yeah, let's do that so we don't keep repeating rumors, right? Let's go over what's been confirmed, okay? Alrighty, let's see. Okay, let me go over here and see. Oh, they're putting up billboards, those digital billboards, right? That's another thing that's happening. There are still no suspects named. Here's the timeline. We can get. Let's just go through that real quick again. 5:32 on Saturday, January 31st. She takes an Uber to Annie's home. At 9:48 p.m., she is dropped home. Now there's a discrepancy. I believe the sheriff said the son-in-law, but then other people reported Annie and the son-in-law. But I do think it's just the son-in-law, and I will look for that exact quote from him because I think he changed it. That's the problem. She got dropped off at 9:48 p.m. The door opened. 9:50, the door closed, the garage door. February 1st at 1:47 a.m. Her doorbell camera is disconnected. 2:12, surveillance camera detects movement, but they don't know which one or anything, right? At 2:28 a.m., her pacemaker app. Data shows it disconnected from her phone. Relatives check on her at 11:56 a.m. after finding out she was uncharacteristically absent from church, but we know that's not true. Relatives call 911 at 12:03 to report her missing. Pima County Sheriffs get there allegedly 10 minutes later. Some say 12:15, which would be 12 minutes. Come on. Okay. Now, let's see what's the confirmation of stuff here. Secluded neighborhood makes it easy in and easy out for the bad guy. Digital billboards go up. Okay, so billboards featuring Nancy Guthrie and an FBI phone number. I remember when they did that when that guy was missing here, that guy that ambushed those police officers in Pennsylvania. That was scary. And Luke was a little kid and saw that, and he's like, that was like surreal when that was happening. So they're planned to go up. Billboards are going to be posted in the Texas cities of El Paso, Houston, San Antonio, Dallas, as well as Albuquerque, San Diego. Now, I want to know something. These billboards that are going to be posted up here, if the police know something, I don't know if they've already gone up. I don't know if this is something they're just saying, but if the police know something, why would they be doing this, right? If they think that this is a family member, who is spending this money to put these digital billboards, El Paso, Houston, San Antonio, Dallas, as well as Albuquerque, San Diego, Los Angeles? Is that just a ruse that they're saying to throw the people off? Like, we don't know who did this. We're going to put billboards up. Have these billboards been put up? The digital billboard program was created by the FBI in 2007 after someone in their Citizen Academy volunteered their outdoor advertising as a means of public service. The program has grown to include 7,300 billboards in 46 states and has directly led to 57 fugitive captures and assisted with numerous other investigations. Because digital billboards can be quickly changed and updated, information about a kidnapped child, a bank robbery, okay. Messages, okay. If they're already up and they just have to put a message on it, okay. But why, though? Is it a ruse? I don't know. Okay, let me go with... Okay. How come... How come Alicia... Now I'm getting... Okay, this is weird. Okay, I think... Okay. Let's hear this. Here's the sheriff's office saying, okay. Get out of here. What is this? Get out of here. Hold on a minute. No, this stupid thing just... Get out of here. Oh my goodness. Hang on a minute. It's this stupid thing. All right. This is, I want to see how he mentioned that she was driven home. Let's see. Her home was located, and we know that, Catalina Foothills. She's in constant pain. Okay. 5:32. She went for dinner 9:48. She was last seen by family dropping her off. Her garage door closed at 9:50. You know all that already. Nanos initially declined to give the details about the state of the home, describing it only as concerning. Authorities emphasized that Guthrie did not wander from her house. Nanos said she was mentally sharp but physically limited, unable to walk far. She left her phone, wallet, keys, and medication. Okay, and then the Pima County officials announced they had completed processing the crime scene. That was on Monday, and the house would be turned over to the Guthrie family. However, on Wednesday, law enforcement was back and carrying evidence to their vehicles. On Thursday, Nanos confirmed that bloodstains on Guthrie's front porch matched her DNA. Let's see. In a Thursday news conference, Chris Nanos acknowledged he should have brought in additional investigative resources from the FBI, and and the Pima Regional Critical Incident Team. He likened his hindsight to Monday morning quarterbacking. I'll say this. We processed the scene. We did what we thought was complete. My team did that. I have to have all the faith and trust in their abilities and their skills. Okay, let's see. Nana said officials have not ruled out the possibility that Guthrie was taken outside the region or state, but he has not been in contact with Mexican authorities. FBI Special Agent Heath Janke said investigators have not ruled out anything. We will follow the facts wherever they take us, whether it's outside of the state of Arizona or over the border. We will follow the facts and go there. But we have no indication of anything over the Mexican border. Okay. Authorities have said there is no threat to the public. If there is someone out there who's kidnapping elderly people in the middle of the night, every night, we've not heard that. We don't believe that's the case, Nano said. Authorities reported receiving at least 3 different ransom notes since her disappearance. The neighborhood has seen an increase in foot traffic, law enforcement, and media coverage. So has the neighborhood of her daughter Annie. Pima County Sheriff's Department released an advisory to members of the media to not impede traffic when visiting the Guthrie's home. Okay, and let's see. Where's the one I had the other day where they were saying that they never said there was forced entry in the back and all that stuff? See, news stations early on were reporting that there was forced entry. If you go back on earlier news reports, it says that. But then it says he pushed back on a report that there were signs of forced entry. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that special? Let's see here. See, here it said investigators found signs of forced entry. That's what they were reporting early on. But then the sheriff pushed back on that. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff they're either changing or keeping from us in order to keep whatever it is. And they do that. We know that. They push back on stuff. Sometimes things are true. They don't want it out there. Ashley Banfield was told it was reckless. She didn't say that it was false, right? That language means a lot to me. Why can't I get to where, okay, here we are. I wonder if, what do you say? really know if the family pays the money and then what happens. Another video. Hi, Amy's Justice League. Hi, K-Love. How are you? Hi, Jamie. I think this is one of the best YouTube channels because she checks things out and not a lot of YouTubers do it. They just start reporting things. Thank you, MLK. I appreciate that. I do try to do factual reporting. There's a lot of rumors out there, and once they go, they keep going and going and going. And I don't, I want to try to do my best to try to verify this stuff. Let's see. What were the name of the cities again? Where there's the cities close to the Mexican border. What were the name? They were in Tucson. I'll tell you how far it is where they from where they live to the Mexican border. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so they lived in the Catalina Foothills community. It's located just north of Tucson and 60 to 70 miles north of the Mexican border, which is roughly a 1-hour drive from the Nogales border crossing, placing her residence in close proximity to the border region. Okay? That's what I can tell you there. Let's see. Hi, Kelly. Maybe all staged. Doorbell cam was carefully removed with a special... You think it was carefully removed? It looked like they ripped it out of there, didn't it? I don't know that that was carefully removed, and I think they smashed the other cameras. Someone said something about Huma. Hi, Amy. But that's all I remember. Yes, that's correct, K-Love. That's what I just... So, yeah. What's UHP said, you people really are overcomplicating. One of these family members did away with grandma, and the cops think it too. That's why it keeps coming back to Tommaso. That's why they raided the house last night. I don't know why the news media says, and following the evidence, the cops went to the DA and the DA went to the judge. They signed a warrant. That's not done easily. Yuma is 225. Oh, I didn't say Yuma. Who said Yuma? I didn't say it, did I, Caleb? I agree with you, UHP. I agree with you. Okay? They had to search that car anyway, though, because it was the last car she was in, right? It was one of the last places that Nancy was in that car that they took her home in. So they had to search it. And she was in that house. It was one of the last places she was in. But yeah, I think it had to be somebody who knew the place. I don't think it was a random act. I don't think the police are letting us know that it's a random act. The most random that it could be, if it was somebody other than that, what I would think it would be someone from her staff or a friend of her staff's. But the roads are leading a certain place, right? And I think probably the most telling thing is Ashley Banfield. Ashley Banfield did not back down. Ashley Banfield, they called reckless. They didn't call her what I think if they knew she was reporting BS all over the place, I don't think they would have called her reckless. Because reckless implies about the reporting, but not the substance that she's reporting. They're talking about the way she's reporting it. It's reckless. Why would it be reckless? And that the sheriff was stumbling over his words here, okay? And then he said, we have to be careful what we put out there. If you just go back and read that again, he said her reporting was reckless. How? If it's totally false, right? Then it would be defamatory or so. But he said reckless. Does anybody pick up on that language that the sheriff said that day? The Nextdoor app is an app, I believe, that some people have in certain communities where the members get on and let each other know, like, hey, there's a garbage can flying down the road or something. But talk to me about this first. What about the sheriff's language to Ashley Banfield? If she was saying something completely false, would they have said that? Would they have called it reckless? What? Would it be completely reckless? Hi, Angel Eyes. Have you discussed how the person who was arrested, knew AC and TC's phone numbers? Okay. Yes. Listen to me. I have heard that their phone numbers were, I think they were all out there in those, didn't somebody say in those people searching apps, they have their phone numbers. It's really not hard to get people's phone numbers in the United States. We have some pretty lackluster privacy. So, but did nobody thinks that the language, I pay attention to people, the way they speak, because I've been around a lot of people that have tried to lie to me using a whole bunch of deceptive language. And so I'm pretty good at picking up on when people are trying to sidestep around stuff. And it's really sounded like the sheriff was trying to why the brother-in-law, though? I don't know. I don't know, Kelly. That's what I'm saying. I don't really know, but I know what they are saying. Hi, Linda Uribe. How are you? When using reckless, it could get her in trouble, like a warning. Yeah, but Linda, you don't think he would say, and then right after that he said we have to be careful what we put out there? Because, and the other thing he says that's strange, he said we could label somebody a victim, a suspect, when they may be a victim. It's the way he said that. we could label someone a suspect when they may be a victim. I don't know, just something with the way he was speaking about that. That's for sure. If you know what was on the internet about you, you would really be scared. Oh, I know everything. Believe me, I've been swatted, MLK. Reckless means not worrying about the consequences. Yeah, but, right, reckless, but is it also reckless not worrying about the consequences, putting that investigation in jeopardy? Can I, what?
This is the 9/11.
I love you. What about that? Putting that in jeopardy. That would be reckless, right? If you put an investigation in jeopardy, it would be reckless. Yeah. You know, if that's reckless reporting, look what you did. You like someone said, my gosh, we're trying to keep that under wraps. And they said the FBI director is supposed to be there tomorrow, but not for this, something else. Yeah, I know. I think she's on for another event. Yeah, that's what I heard. Here's my issue, UHP says. I don't do conspiracies. Neither do I. I don't do conjecture, okay? Neither do I. I follow evidence. Me too. Just like cops. They know who did this. I believe that, UHP. You're preaching to the choir. They just don't have enough evidence to prove it yet. I'm with you. I told you that last night I was with you. I do think the same thing. Reckless means he wants the DA to be able to prosecute and, yes, and convict, and could sue the sheriff for defamation. Yeah, exactly. Right, I believe that too, Kelly, but I think more that he's worried about prosecuting the case and this destroying the ability to do that, or maybe potentially. Linda Uribe says, I feel she is not alive. It's been a long time, Linda. You know, she's a frail woman without her medication, without her phone, with nobody hearing from her. It doesn't look good, does it, Linda? I mean, we all pray that there's a miracle and she's found alive and well, but it doesn't look good. You know, we have to be realistic too. It doesn't look good. Again, yeah, we're praying, but it's scary. It doesn't look good. Looks bad, Linda said. And Linda was with a cop. Her husband was a police officer, right? So, well, I didn't resting because she's not the only one that has reported that they think it's the brother-in-law. There's some other people even before her. Really? Okay. I don't know if they're the fakers on Facebook, but yeah, I didn't know why they just are going after her, because other people said the same thing, matter of fact, to Monday morning. There was somebody that said they thought it was the brother-in-law. But was it after her report or with her organization? Good night, Russell. Thanks for stopping in. See you tomorrow. You always go back to the beginning of the story. Right, absolutely. And you always ask yourself, who was the last person to see the individual? You're right, MLK. Who's the last person? Right, the daughter and son-in-law. And whoever else was at that dinner. Who else was at that dinner? Do we know who else was at that dinner? Because they had dinner and games. Do we know who else was there? How come we haven't heard more about that? Who else was there? I want too many of these court cases on TV. You watch them, right? And 99% of them, it all comes back to who's the last. I agree with you, MLK. I agree with you. Exactly. And you always have to look at the people closest, right? A wife goes missing, you have to look at the spouse, the boyfriend, and then if she doesn't have a spouse, you look at the ex-boyfriend. You've got to look at the people closest to them. I do feel it's someone they know. Exactly. Me too, Linda. And I don't know why that would be, but yeah. Because it's, you think like, what the heck would they do that for? But yeah, things are looking a certain way. But we don't know what goes on in anybody's life, in anybody's house, in anybody's head. We can sit here and surmise and say this and that and the other thing, but we really don't know. But you're right, MLK. You're right. And UHP is right. And you have to look at what's being done. Why would Annie and her husband not be in their house? Why would... Now, granted, they didn't put crime scene tape around their house, right? But they were in their house for 3 hours. Why? They just went to get a vehicle, And then other people say the vehicle was taken days ago. So was it taken days ago? Well, that was one of them, Linda, but there are other ransom notes that they're still saying they consider, they're still not saying they're not credible yet. Occam's razor, yep. Exactly. That's what I was thinking, Kelly. Exactly. And a lot of times we know which way, right? Just like the closest distance between 2 points is a straight line. A lot of times we go, can I love you? You have a 2-hour delay tomorrow.
Yeah, no. I don't know. I'll see if I'm going to school.
Yeah, I know. I don't think you are, right?
I'm sick, but I'll see.
I know. All right, can I love you? But yeah. Luke doesn't feel good. Luke doesn't feel good. He's not going to school tomorrow because he has a fever today. He's not. All the people that put themselves there. I would not pay until I saw a video of my mother with all maybe, just maybe, the ransom note that texted is a friend. Possible link being in music. I don't know. Things like this seem to bring out a bunch of people trying to make a fast buck, right? I don't know. I think, okay, I'm going to take a poll. I'm going to make a poll right now because I feel like making a poll. Here we go. There's a poll up there. It says, do you think there will be a big break in the Nancy Guthrie case tomorrow? Yes or no? Check yes or no. Let's see what we get over here. Amy, Justice League says, I think it was reckless for him to use Ashley to perpetrate his investigation that could put her job in jeopardy. It's happened to Ashley before, so it was an easy target. Keep his narrative going. Okay, Amy. That's a different perspective. Linda says, I do not think money will get her back. Hi, Deidre. I hope Luke feels better soon. Thank you, Deidre. I'm so sorry for going on and on. It's okay, MLK. I appreciate it. I like to have conversations with people. Listen to me. I am thrilled you guys are really interactive in the chat. Interactive. I can't even speak tonight. I really appreciate it, MLK. And I really appreciate your thoughts and everything. Please, you're not going on and on or anything. I really appreciate it. Don't be sorry. Nothing to be sorry about. A lot of people are upset. I understand that. A lot of people are frustrated. A lot of people are upset. I think a lot of us have fatigue. Absolutely. I think a lot of it because it reminds me of our mother or grandmother. I think you're right, MLK, because I'm seeing a lot of people keep comparing it to their mother or their grandmother. Yes. Yeah, it's bringing out a lot of emotions. I understand that. No worries. Also, maybe they tested the crypto and caught them at Circle K on surveillance. Maybe. We don't know, though, right? They know who did this, UHP said. UHP says, consider this. They tore up the family of... Hold on a minute. I missed that. They tore up the family of the victim's house last night. If they're wrong, the DA and the judge who signed off on it just ended their career. They just traumatized the victim's family. Yeah, I mean... okay. Harley Dilly. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Harley Dilly, but the reason I'm saying this is because we follow that case and it broke right in front of us. We were all here for a few nights. Harley Dilly was a little boy. He went missing. And a lot of people, again, okay, who do you suspect? Who's closest, right? Were the parents. And there was like something about, remember, they put him in this shirt or something. He didn't get along with his brother. They put him in the same shirt. There was some maybe questionable or something about discipline, whatever it was. It wasn't anything that much. But it had people thinking like, well, what happened? Because anyway, the very night that investigators were going into the parents' house and we were watching it, He just has. I think he has. He might have a. I had a flu shot. Jimmy had a flu shot. Luke didn't. Luke's got a fever. Just doesn't feel that great. Started yesterday, but he was feeling better today. He was down watching the Super Bowl with us and eating a little bit. But I'm not going to let him go to. He's not going to go to school tomorrow because he's had a fever today. And he needs to rest. So anyway, but we watched that, right? And we were watching them going into the parents' house, carrying stuff out, and everybody was like, "Oh my gosh, oh, I can't believe this." And then it just changed gears, and they found him up the road in a vacant house, and he had gone through the chimney to get down into the house, and he got stuck there. And he died there. And it wasn't the parents, and they're heartbroken, their child, okay? But sometimes, well, how did I even get to this? Why am I even... Things happen like that, where they are getting evidence out, UHP, and there is a warrant to search the house, but then their parents had nothing to do with it. So we have seen some things like that, but not a lot, right? Mama Firefly. Hi, Mama Firefly. Mama Firefly says, I wonder if the Uber driver had a dash cam. Did he have to assist Nancy in and out of the car? She used a cane and couldn't walk unaided. Perhaps it was Annie dressed as Nancy that he picked up. Wow, that's really going out there. Her house looks so big for her. You're a realtor, yeah. But she's had that house since 1985. And she probably wanted to stay there. Some people get like that. I want to stay there. I want to stay in my house. Thanks for the new... Okay. Thanks for the new fear unlocked. What fear, hun? What fear is unlocked? Who's that? Endos? Endos? Can't. What fear is unlocked? Well, I don't mean to scare you. Why are you scared? Andros. Don't be scared. Why are you scared? Oh, are you talking about the chimney? You're not planning on going down a chimney, are you? Linda Uribe says she did want to stay in her home. Mm-hmm. I'm fine. Just the thought of a kid wandering. Oh, yeah, that's a horrible case. It's really sad. It's Harley Dilly. It's a horrible case. Yeah, that. Guess just. It's just a freak thing. It's like I said, that kid that went over. Whoever thought a kid would be killed going over the back of the minivan seats in the back to get something. And the seat wasn't put in right, and it tilted over, and it pinned him there. And he tried, I believe, to get Siri to call or something, and the call didn't go through. Yeah, that was it. Oh my gosh, that is freakish. I always think of that. somebody got killed, their spin bike fell. You know, like the most freak things. It's crazy. Listen, I was in my massage chair once and the electricity went out. And I was home alone. Okay? And I was back in zero gravity. And I thought, okay, I'll just, like the chair's back like this. I'll just put my legs up and then like stand up. And I thought, I just kept thinking that what if that does some kind of crazy thing and that either the chair tips back or it tips somewhere. So I waited. I was scared to death. I didn't want to because I had just heard about that guy that tried to get off his spin bike or something and something happened and it fell. There's a lot of really freak things that happen. But that scared the crap out of me. And you believe I stayed in that chair. I called Jimmy to see where he was. And, yeah, because I wasn't going to risk that. What would I do? I'm home alone. Right? Let's say the chair, I've heard too many freakish things that you wouldn't believe. Just where, like that thing about the kid just leaning over and that seat going forward. Right? You'd think like he could just go like that, but he couldn't. He was too far over. He didn't have enough leverage or something. It was horrible. Know your circle who around you. Don't tell them things that could get you killed or robbed. Oh, yeah. Right. Anybody shouldn't be telling anyone, hey, I don't believe in banks. I've got $200,000 in cash in my, I keep it in mason jars in my basement under a board, right? That would not be a smart thing to say. It wouldn't be a smart thing to say you've got a bunch of whatever kind of medication people are going crazy for, right? At your house or different things like that or, very valuable things that you don't want to just be blurting that out at Walmart or wherever. They said she was as sharp as a tack, so she knew what was going on, and she had people helping her. I'm all for it. Let her stay at her home. Yeah, my 100 plus, here she's going to be 101 in the spring, aunt lives by herself. My cousin lives nearby, and yeah, she goes to chair yoga. She does a bunch of stuff. My other cousin that died recently, and that was something, she was always up. She got herself a convertible like last year, okay? But then she had a fall in her house. And they didn't know. I don't think she had a life alert or anything because she was such an active person. She was probably put off by that. And unfortunately, she died. But she was real active too. Bought her first house like maybe 15 years ago or something. So yeah, at like 70. Yes, no. Actually, Jimmy got home and he was able to, with him there, I was okay because I knew that if the chair fell, right? But he was able to get behind it and tilt it forward. And then I could just step right out of it. But, yeah, but it was scary because I didn't know that. I kept saying, okay, it was going to be really easy for me just to stand up it. But what if something happened and it, like, tipped back? Like, I don't know. I just kept thinking of these people that have gotten killed in crazy freak accidents. You wouldn't think a spin bike, right? You know what a spin bike? I have a spin bike. You wouldn't think, even if your spin bike fell over on you, that you think that you would be able to. It's not like, it's almost like a stick figure, right? It's heavy, but a man died like that. Look it up. It's scary. You don't know. It's just scary. Final Destination. Yeah, it's scary stuff. People get killed on treadmills, right? Just scary. They had canine teams out already. She wouldn't have gotten far on her own. No. They haven't done any grid searches. Did you see Kenzie Shrilla and Dominic posting with all of that money? Yeah, they're kids, right? Yeah. UHP says, I'm happy to say I have not watched the news as a whole since 2010. Outside the weather, the internet trolls and their ransom notes just muddied up this case. Follow the evidence. I agree with you. I really don't put any validity in those ransom notes. I think the authorities don't either. I think yeah, of course, White Angel. She might have even been older. She was a real trendsetter. She really was. She was really a trailblazer for her time. She was an actress, too. Beautiful. You want to see a picture of her? I'll show you a picture of her at like 85. Because I have it posted publicly anyway. She was my mother's flower girl at her wedding. She used to tell me things about my mother. Then, like my mother, she said my mother always said sweet dreams to her. But yeah, and that was one of the things that she remembered about my mother. Because Facebook connected us years and years later because she lived on the West Coast. She lives on the West Coast, lived on the West Coast. Come on. Okay. Gia and Michael just went to see Book of Mormon tonight. That's why we had Roman. Okay. All right, let me see here. Where's Luke? Luke's posting Instagram stories. What is he posting? Oh, the Seahawks. Okay. Let me try to find my, I don't know why it doesn't want me to go on my own profile. That's one thing I hate about Instagram. It's I can get on I told you my cousin is Lorenzo that was here. He's at the Olympics. I'm going to post him videos about, he sent actually some to my son to send to me, and then I just asked him for another one because he just posted it. But it's funny because he said he was chanting USA, and they were like, what are you doing? Okay, let's see here. Come on, come on, come on. The hamsters are cold tonight. They don't want to run to power up the Instagram. Oh, here she is. Okay. She died like just 19 weeks ago, I think. How come it didn't go over there? We go. So yeah, she lived alone, and like I said, bought a convertible, I think the year before last. Anyway, don't worry about it, Kelly. I've been stalked on my vacations. I have to go about things a whole different way because of the yahoos. But I don't want to ever let it stop me from living my life. I'll do the precautions that I need to, but I'm going to live my life. Yeah, and I have cameras all around that I can check from anywhere. Yeah. Thanks, Deidre. So, yeah, I don't know. So we'll see. I think, what did our poll say? What did our poll say? Hold on. Oh, it's not as, did you all vote in the poll? So I said, do you think there will be a big break in the Nancy Guthrie case tomorrow? And 68% of you said yes. And 32% of you said no. So we'll see who's right? I would vote, but I can't. But I will say yes. I think there will be. Okay, let's see what else you got here. I told my kids, brush your teeth. I love you, sweet dreams. Yeah. Good point. Alicia Nelson. My good friend's brother has epilepsy and has a seizure and drowned in a half an inch of water puddle. Oh my goodness. You never know. That's what I'm saying. You never know. Or look at the lady, okay? This lady in one of my groups, she's like, I feel like the biggest idiot. She goes, my daughter, it was after the holidays, right? Her daughter must have been home from Christmas or whatever it was. And her daughter was leaving. So she was running. She probably had a ritual. I do the same thing with my kids. I always tell them if I'm leaving them somewhere, like if I leave them on a train or something, I will never leave until the train leaves, till they get on that train, and then I will wave like crazy until the train goes all the way out of the station. And if they're driving, then I wave like crazy. And then like if Jimmy and I are both waving goodbye, like when Ethan would go to college and stuff, we'll even like run behind, because there was one thing that said, I'll wave until you can't see me anymore. So we always wave until they can't see me anymore. So I don't know if this woman had something like that where she would say, goodbye, I'll go to the window and wave, right? Well, anyway, she was running to the window to wave. It's not funny, right? But she fell and broke both of her wrists. And she says, now I'm here with my arms like this. And she's like, this is ridiculous. She's like, thank goodness this happened after the holidays. Can you imagine if that happened to her before the holidays? But there are freak things that'll happen, right? And I even did it to Evie and stuff when she left. When we were in Edisto, and there was somebody else that was leaving, and I'm like, I'll wave until I got out there and waved. Yeah. Thanks, MLK says. MLK, Carolyn covered the case crazy. He put her under the bed to hide her. What? MLK, Carolyn covered the case crazy. He put her under the bed to hide her. Oh, you're talking about Anna Kepner? Is that what you're talking about, Anna Kepner? I've been on the cruise ship, and when I heard that, it just freaked me out to think about that young girl. Yeah. Yes, I covered that. Yep. I know. That's crazy. I think they are really pretty sure of who it is, and they let Savannah know because she seems to be resolute. And they let her know. But it's going along because they need a sure thing. Yeah. Yeah, I've been following the Olympics, and I was a big day today. Yeah, and then that was that Lindsey Vaughn. She broke her leg. That wasn't today. That was Team USA. We got the gold medal. Yeah, my cousin Lorenzo was here for 2 months. Now he takes incredible video and he goes all over the place. The guy does. He's the sweetest guy. Both, yes, heart. Can you believe that? Both of her wrists. It's crazy, right? But that's sometimes things happen. Could have been, I don't know what she tripped on. Could have been a rug. Could have been something. Jimmy almost killed himself today. He's like, oh my gosh, because he had these boots on. He was going to get firewood, but they were high, like, and he didn't tie them up all the way. And then the laces got caught on the little doohickey things, and he's like, wow, I could have killed myself on that. I don't know if you've heard about this story. A young girl was murdered on the cruise ship. Yeah. Yes. Anna Kepner. I followed that. Yes, I even reported on that the other day. In fact, that was kind of kept a little hush-hush because he's younger, and so his arrest, but he was in court. Yes, I've been following that, Anna Kepner. Yep. Oh, maybe my chat is behind on this one. It is behind because now it's moving up. I'm sorry that I made that sound like... They arrested the stepbrother. Yes. Yeah, he had his first day in court, too. It's crazy, right? And that was a fairly new relationship of the fathers, if I remember that correctly. But, yeah. It's hard to think that if your family member or their spouse had something to do with the death of your parent, that you could sit there like that with them. Unless they didn't know anything about their spouse doing that. But if there was any part of theirs, that would be pretty hard to sit there, right? Yeah, I don't know. That would be really hard. And when is, are any of you following the trial of Corey Richens? That's supposed to start soon, right? Let me see when that's starting. Hold on. Do you think we'll find out if the family really pays the money? I think we'll eventually find out, but I don't think they're going to. I don't think that's real, so let me see. Oh my gosh, you guys. What? See, that's crazy that I just thought about that, right? Jury selection is starting tomorrow? Wait a minute. Tuesday. No. It was supposed to be. Hold on a minute. The trial will begin on February 23rd and conclude by March 26th. Sorry. I think it was originally scheduled. They wanted to move the venue. Yeah, now her trial is scheduled for February 23rd with jury. Oh, it is starting. Hold on. Her jury selection is starting on the 10th. That's a long time. The defense agrees that it's most appropriate to strike all jurors who have heard of the case, which leaves 251 potential jurors. Okay, so the 23rd of February is when her trial starts, and that's going to be a long one, huh? Another one like that one in New Jersey, which, I don't know. And are any of you following Corey Richens? Did you? I absolutely am going along with filming videos with them. I'm absolutely not going along with filming videos with them. What? What, Kelly? Filming videos with who? Team, I missed this. I don't know, I missed this. Corey Richens? Yeah, I was just talking about, because Luke was asking me about what Broadway show they went to see. And I said they went to see the Book of Mormon. So that led into an entire conversation about the cult and all that. And so many of these Mormons killing a lot of the women too, killing their spouses. The Courtney Kenny. Yeah. There's a bunch. I really want to see the other one, the Stampin' Up daughter, because we really went into that intense, and I believe that that man has been set up. That I do not think he did this. I really believe that guy, and I think as we get closer to that trial, we'll go through that again, right? You guys know what I'm talking about. The guy they set up. Henry. If you connect the dots, I think he's their scapegoat. And it's really sad. Meaning I couldn't sit there knowing they were suspected of involvement filming videos for Instagram. Couldn't sit there. Tell me what you're talking about. What case, Kelly? What happened to Deidre? What happened? I missed that. Did something happen to Deidre? Why is my chat all crazy? Extra special blessing because my sweet mom passed away. Oh, I'm sorry about your mom, Deidre. And what happened? What's the extra special blessing? Trying to see. Oh, a second granddaughter. Congratulations. Guthrie. Oh, okay. Okay, does anybody else have anything? Let me just check. Let me just check if there's anything. Tomorrow's another day, right? Is anybody following the Canero trial in New Jersey? The brother that lit his brother's house on fire and killed his whole family? Is anybody, or is accused of, let me just say that he's accused of. Is anybody watching that one? Don't tell me I'm going to start to sneeze again. My allergies. I don't know why my allergies feel like they're going crazy. Okay. Okay. If I knew my sister was in on it. Oh, that's okay. Now I get it. Now I get it. There's just a delay in the chat. I'll dip on the whole thing. Yeah, I don't know how you would if they thought you're sitting there next to somebody. That'd be really hard. Though I did notice, something like she kind of had her arm on her sister's hand. I don't know if you guys noticed that. I don't think she was holding her sister's, she was holding her brother's hand. But she had like her arm on her sister's hand. I don't know, that was a little strange, but we don't know the dynamics, so. You're trying to see. She looked mad. She looked mad, the sister or the Savannah? Is the lady in Utah murdered her husband? Yes, Corey Richens. She had been accused of her husband already of trying to poison him, and their marriage was like on the rocks, and she was flipping houses, but she was losing money and stuff, and she wanted to get this really, really big house or something. She had closed on something, and he was against it, and so she made him a drink, and allegedly in that drink, she had put fentanyl and maybe something else, and he died. And they found text messages of her asking someone for these drugs. Corey Richens. Yeah, Canaro Brothers. I've been talking about it, Alicia. Where you been? Right before Banfield. She wanted it moved. Right. The judge said no. Correct. Correct. Yeah, that's going to be starting February 23rd. So that'll be the next big trial. Let me cover here. The brother-in-law is her sister's ex. Linda, the brother-in-law is her sister's ex. Are we talking about Richens? Or are we talking about Guthrie? Brother-in-law is her sister's ex. Brother-in-law is her sister's ex. What state was that in? Which one? The one I just said? Utah. We're talking about so many people. Okay, wait a second. Linda Uribe, you're saying Tommaso, the brother-in-law, was her sister's ex. Are you saying Tommaso was with Savannah? I thought she met Tommaso in Italy and they came over here and they got married. He was married to who, Linda? I think Annie and him lived together. They're married since 2006, aren't they? They're married since 2006, I believe. But she's still married to him, right, Linda? Are you talking about Annie and Tommaso? I don't know, MLK. I have my own theories on it, okay? But they're really going to town. They got the dentist that poisoned and killed his wife. You got the lady from the Stampin' Up family that planned the murder of her ex-husband. You've got now Corey Richens. You've got, there's so many others. It's crazy. No, I think they're married. They're married since 2006 is what I heard. I believe they met in Italy. And they came back and they got married here. And I think they have one child. I believe so. I believe so. Right? Now you guys are... Oh, I heard something about. Yeah. I don't know, Linda. I think they met in Italy. She's talking about the brother that sat there. That's their oldest. I think he's the oldest, isn't he? That's the brother of the two girls. Nancy's son. She had a boy and two girls. I heard something about an ex. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think they've been married for like 19 years or something. Pretty sure. I want to see something here. Hang on 1 minute. Okay, hold on a sec. Okay, this is and this is public. This is public. I'm not breaking into anything. This is the University of Arizona. Let's see this. Let's make this a little bigger, right? 'Cause Annie Guthrie is a writer and jeweler from Tucson. Guthrie is author of a book of jewelry design with Chronicle Books and a book of poems, The Good Dark, with Tupelo Press. She was awarded a 2016 Arizona Commission on the Art Fellowship to complete a book of nonfiction. Guthrie is currently marketing and publicity director for feminist activist Core Press and runs a commission-only jewelry business at the Splinter Brothers and Sisters workshop. Splinter Brothers and Sisters, yeah, I remember to tell her. She has been teaching the discipline of oracular writing since 2009. Okay, wait a second now. Hold on. Where is she teaching that? At the workshop there? The warehouse? Okay, do you guys know what oracular writing is? Oracular writing is a specialized, often prophetic mode where the author acts as a medium for an external, authoritative, or divine source to deliver messages, truths, or wisdom to a community. Unlike standard prose, this style relies on intense, sometimes cryptic, or aphoristic language, reminiscent of Nietzsche or the surrealists, that requires careful, slow interpretation to uncover deeper, often hidden meanings. Key characteristics and elements of the discipline of oracular writing include authorial position. The writer functions as a prophet, oracle, or a conduit, rather than an equal communicator, often drawing inspiration from nature, the subconscious, or a transcendent source. Thematic content often focuses on delivering prophetic messages, exploring profound truths, or engaging in visionary poetics to foster a deep, more holistic understanding of existence. Stylistic approach uses aphorisms, commandments, and symbolic language to create a sense of authority. It often aims. Oh, let me see. Oh, gosh, this goes on and on and on and on and on. Okay. Let me see what else we have here. Two-day intensive, asking the oracle, 2 oracle. Okay. I don't know. Were any of you familiar with that? Okay, so I'm trying to see. You guys familiar with that? All right, let me see something else. I want to just check something else here. Splinter. All right, let's see what this is here. Okay. Because there's also Splinter Collective on Instagram, community center nonprofit event space, but that's in Tucson too. Let's see here. Splinter Brothers Warehouse. Splinter Brother and Sisters Warehouse. Splinter. What did they say? Splinter Collective? Hold on. Okay, they have an Instagram too. Splinter Brothers and Sisters Studio Warehouse. But it looks like, well, let's see. Got a bunch of different stuff here. Okay, I'm not sure. They've got light the mic. Let's see what else. Okay. Light the Mic Fridays. All right, so let me see one thing here. She's currently, so she works also marketing and publicity director. So she doesn't just do jewelry and poetry, she's in marketing and publicity. For Core Press. Let's see. Core Press. Let me go to their website for a second. Core Press. It says marketing at corepress.org. She doesn't have her own community. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. So she's saying she's also doing that, right? Writers. But I don't see any writers' profiles. Publishing. Yeah, I don't know. You know who remember Meg Foster? Do you guys remember the actress Meg Foster? She had those same kind of eyes. Do you remember Meg Foster? Okay. So that's an interesting... Hi, Julianne. Let me see what you said here. I have read some poems that could be considered to be written in that style. You think Corey Richards is going to get off? I don't think so, Alicia. I don't think so. Not me. I think she's going to try to say he was a drug addict and that he OD'd on this stuff by himself. But the text messages, I think, are going to screw her over. As long as that's going to be admitted, I don't see how she's going to get off that. I don't know. So, yeah, if that's what we got there. But, do you remember Meg? Who's Meg? What time is it? It's time to play the word game, right? She's considered a card reader? No, I think it's about writing, about there are certain oracle cards that I think they're prompts for them to write, but not really like that. But she's supposed to be like a medium or something, right? And she's got to be, I don't know. I don't really, I'll have to go over that a little more. Anyway, let me do the word cookie. Daily puzzle. This is what we do to get our minds clear. To clear our minds. I'm sure Nancy very. What, Alicia? She's considered a messenger. There's a lot of people that got caught up in that, and then they're in cults. Yeah, we don't like cults. We steer away from cults here, MLK. Do you have a nickname? No, Carolyn. I don't have a nickname. It's always been Carolyn. Then she can solve the case. Who? Oh, the lady? Yeah. Didn't I put Gail in there? I think I did, and it was an extra word. Okay, that was, okay, that's it. So it can't be N, it's gotta be L. No more 3-letter words. We got 4-letter words. One more 4-letter word. One more 4 letters. One more 4 letters. Oh, Lily. It's got to be Lily. Yeah. Lily. Okay, now we got all 5-letter words and then the 2 big ones. Mm-mm. Gallop? We don't have a U. Yin Yang? Oh, Yang wasn't there. Let's see if Ying is there. No, and that was good. That was a, you were cheated on that. Wonder what this picture was taken. Oh, you're talking about that picture. You're back in the thing, yeah. I don't know. Sometimes people use really old pictures for stuff. She's 58 today. Didn't I try that hard? It didn't work, right? What happened? I must have had it wrong. Thank you. Oh, yeah, line. Very good, Heart. A lie. Oh, I think lying. Lying. Yes, okay. And what else? Inlay. Very good. Hi, Heather Snoopy. How are you? How's it going, Heather Snoopy? Heather Snoopy. Welcome. Thanks for subscribing. Uh-oh. How did Heather Snoopy, how did your avatar just changed? What happened? What happened to your Snoopy? That was weird. Welcome. We like Snoopy here. Okay. I don't know. It looked like it changed. Then it went back. It was weird. It must be a glitch on my YouTube. It turned into somebody with an umbrella. But now it went back. YouTube must be glitching. I was like, where's Snoopy? Galley. Very good. Gainley. Gainley? No, because... Wait. Oh, laying. Very good, Heart. Very good, Heart. Okay, everybody. I'm going to go to bed. We'll see what happens tomorrow. I appreciate you all hanging out with me. Thank you very much. And we'll see you tomorrow. Everybody take care. God bless. Prayers. Love you guys. Thank you to all the new members. Thank you to the new subscribers. Thank you for the super chats. Appreciate it. Everybody take care. Good night. Good night, Heather Snoopy. Come back and see us tomorrow. We play the game every night after our true crime.